Hello! Hello, Jofu. Hello, Kerr. Welcome. My learned alchemist friend. My learned... I don't know what you do for work, friend. My learned, someone. I don't know what you do for work. My learned chat. I don't know. No drug dealing room. What? Why are we doing that? What's 420? What does that mean? Hello, me. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Andy. Hello, Louise. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alright. We've got the game. If I remember correctly, we were at, yeah, at his factory or whatever. Oh, Turbo Truffle, thank you for following. Thank you. Enoch Trubber. What kind of name is Enoch, anyways? What does he get to? What does he do when he gets to a door? He knocks, I guess, right? Is that what he does when he gets to a door? Hello, Zero. Welcome, welcome. That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. So you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time. Really worked out miracles. It's Toby here who's the miracle worker. Why does he look like that? Carl met a very Chinese time in his life or something. I thought your lot would show up here before long. Oh, Inspector. That is one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Oh, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina told me, we only found the things to a clue that you lot turned out. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'll get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as if we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less to great detectives than they do to lawyers. How long have I streaming? Just started. Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. Well, you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. He's doing that again, is he? Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. Oh, I found the crossbows. this is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. Just the right size for the bow you turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, as more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Jubber was the one pulling the strings behind the whole scam. Like, why? $93, wow, that is quite a lot. Oh wow, trash can, welcome. Hope you're doing well. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, very interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. That's a back massager? I have no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I finished my project. No. No, I did not. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there is much more to this Enoch Drubber than conjuring chicks. Couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. The great Ace Attorney Chronicles. He's not gonna let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. I play other games. I play other games on other days. Usually on Mondays I play story games. What on earth is this? The aeroplanes, Naruto. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model, yes. But a real airplane would fly high in the sky. Yeah, is it gonna fly over the sea? Is it gonna have like what's the guy's name? I don't remember his name, never mind. I was suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects can't obviously stay in the air, unsupported. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers. Store doesn't want to open. Well, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till it gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Is he gonna break it? Well, you don't have permission. Ain't no one gonna give it to you. It's so sad. Grass noticed, so he enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of any bra on the other side. The driver must have fled the first sign of danger. I'm sorry, Mr. Oda. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if we were going to examine it in the Crown and the government. Technically, this is a reproduction, right? Not the original? Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. Work on parts or devices of this happen to proceed, my dear fellow. No loose chain drop on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that there's just these two, Mr. Sato. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Oh, Gina, did you hear it too? Did the guy die or something? Yeah, I heard it all. What'd you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. I think they ran away. I think they ran away. Come on, someone is in there. Ah, this rotten, bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if it were countenanced, I could open that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get through that blasted door, click. There, you may enter at will. How do you open it so big? Confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Yeah, it came out in 2021, right? At least the original game came out even earlier though. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for her, I suppose. This is an emergency. Strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Prepare for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Is that a bomb? What? What's happening here? Why is everything upside down? Oh right, there's footsteps on the ceiling. Not to mention the bomb on the floor. Wow, it's just no one is here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago we heard the noise. Maybe that was the sound Jubber running away. There's only one door into this room. No one is gonna afford an escape route. The skies are too high. What's up there? Are there footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! Is that what he says? I thought they said blind me. Blow me. What do we have here then? It says someone's trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, there's another set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hairbrain's farming machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there would be no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. Oh, I do like mint shakes. There's something of great interest here too. The bomb, I mean? Are we just ignoring the elephant in the room or the bomb in the room? This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Must investigate the entire room thoroughly and before the forensic investigation team arrived too. There's no denying, is it there? Those are footprints. Yes, it will appear so. Simply can't imagine how they came up to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. It's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it probably seems a lot of the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. Green flying balloon. Have the hallmarks of that amazing deception the great exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here from the workshop? Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Shorm Suite isn't ever this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. Suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's just that everything is literally upside down. But why? It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Shrooms could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent the exactly sort of on-hand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you don't really make any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever's inside must be very important. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Austrian Bergin Tower for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly Mr. Driver really was a talented scientist. I guess something else. Alright, bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto, yes, in point of fact, rather something fascinating. What do you make of this? That's TNT, man. That's dynamite. Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bunch of cigars wrapped with a clock. Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? I'm sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Eh? You're truly one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha, you don't know nothing, do ya, Otto? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I advise you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it's a very similar appearance. Oh well, thank goodness. But then what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes. Have you seen into the heart of this matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated to never know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go, I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us here. The first, the averted nature of this room is the work of Jabber himself. Oh, but how could you? Don't tell me he's gonna say like he turned gravity upside down or something. And the second conclusion, that the small device on the floor is there without a doubt completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It will be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach the Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gresson seems delighted with the idea, anyway. Oh, you deflected the Inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly just stand there, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin for... once again, our actual music proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Flipped furniture. It's fun to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the chair, tables, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, till recently, been happily positioned on a ceiling. or falling straight down to the floor. Every item on the floor was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Oh, there's a safe key there. 43 something 582. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at least succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the earth. 432 583. But gravity in this room is reversed and cellar restored to normality. Goodness. The averted nature here clearly reveals the truth about the power and gravity plays in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis is cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device. He really is going anti-gravity. Almost identical to the one featured in the dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But why does it have a clock on it? Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction was switched. It's a clear requirement for an engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And for the commotion we heard earlier on the other side of the door was the moment that the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. See, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we find the room. The version of which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Jobber before restored to normality by automatic action sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed this precise scene in a dream where I once fell out of bed. Hello, Ender. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? I do believe the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up on the ceiling? Question whose answer will immediately lead us to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drover's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. By averting the gravity in here, Drover was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling. Mecha's escaped via otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving the footprints behind in the way. The ceiling is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drover have fallen into the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in a room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? I anchored one end to the wall. Man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. This was how Jabber was able to escape this room before our arrival. Reverse the pull of gravity and fled via skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again right now, just for fun. Escape via skylight. Yeah, this Switch 2 arrived. I was setting it up yesterday. Thank you for your contributions. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. None of us believe in. Susato, why are you trying not to laugh? Why are you trying not to laugh, Susato? My Herlock's kinda shameless. My Herlock's kinda shameless. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I'll expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing really possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with the man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instant kinesis. So we were just saying you don't know why. No deduction changes on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have the limited impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I read it something Mr. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? It was, and little claws near the wall. But message of used it to escape in the way you described. Wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. As I think you'll find, do ropes. Pick up a copia, not yet, not yet. And as such, you only need to look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. Our argument is circular as the coils of a rope. Oh, Omni, welcome, welcome. Switch 2 is your favorite Expedition 33 device. Is it even on the Switch 2? I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. show us my corrections. A great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Rubber gets too far away. It's not on it. That's great. Best console. Alright, let's consume. Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning is spectacular. Alright. It's alright, yeah. I had T1 train and lamp. Everything is upside down. Well, someone was probably looking for that code. Or something. That safe code right there. No. Gravity was not reversing here. I think gravity could have been reversed in the very room. I find the whole idea of enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's so unusual and merciless of you, Mr. Sato. We have unlimited impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. Great detective said so himself, didn't he? However, isn't it part with his dream of his anti-gravity device? Yes, I suppose so. See if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what I was or wasn't doing. Ah, it is, right? The upright roof face clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity plays this whole business. Oh, until online. I think I still have mine. Upon my word, Mr. Nahodo, you've surpassed yourself. By completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. Do I want the Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Color? No, I think it's just a normal one. No one is trying to steal the spotlight here. Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down, its unassuming slender vase stands clearly in tension. Unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing into the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. But the upgrade one has Path of Radiance? I thought the normal one did. I guess not. Pretty sure, much as it pains me. The gravity in this room never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on. Let's continue with our deductions. Now we know this Travis is not an anti-gravity device. There remains but one other possibility. It's a time bomb. You don't say. Somebody deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. And like, why would someone choose to do that? Why? Naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason everything here turned out is because of the anti-gravity device. It's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't it? Afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is just too strong. Oh, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody's turned this furniture all over. So whoever that was must have a reason. Afraid nothing comes to mind at all though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. It's probably the code on the thing, right?
Take that!
As a safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Naruto. You had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought the lottery ticket, I noticed the number was inside. Noticed the ticket number said book cover just in case. That's it. For people who are forgetful, it's so that hard, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day the draw came around, I found which button I had written the numbers in. I turned my room upside down to find it. That's it for people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget what they're noting things down. Now if you know everything in the same place, I should win the second prize, you know. Thank you, Mr. Otto, but I believe I proved my point now. Which is a very similar scenario clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant in this room needed a combination code. He remembered that he'd written down on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the stick that we're currently finding in the room. Don't tell me he locked himself inside the safe. As visitor driver will turn the furniture in here. Let's hurry to locate the combination code that will unlock the safe. How did he flip over the bed though? How did he flip over the bed? It must be very strong or something. Because of the nearby skyline. Why wouldn't it be? Well, if a change in direction of gravity can explain it, then how did the footprints get up there? Yeah, I feel that this particular mystery is just even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler back in the halcyon days of when gravity could be reversed. Yeah, the simple days where gravity was reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. I suppose we must observe the area in more detail. What do you have faith in Mr. Sharma as well gets into this situation in the first place? Why is your shoe up here?
Take that!
Why is your shoe up there? The reason why there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. Plus, there's mentioned there are clear footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the alien was not in the sky at all, but the balloon. For what purpose? Green balloon, yes. Seems very familiar data. Ah. Piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found in the scene. Inside the green balloon that Master God's claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. The second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say... We assume that the balloon here is a model of the one used that day. Strong possibility something may be concealed inside of it. Something our responder is desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. The balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most piloted drummer intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with his shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted, with the shoe itself became a prisoner in the lofty heights. Oh dear, we definitely need to examine that balloon. If only there was someone who could see inside. You may recall I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. Recent destination, one better tool than this rope. Mr. Schultz has managed to bring the doctor back to the rope. I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and pull it down towards on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one of those, don't we? We have the crossbow, right?
Take that!
Reach the intended destination. What better tool than this crossbow? It's found at the scene, in fact. All likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. The man had only brought it away with him that day. Could have avoided losing his shoe in such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What was it that drew Jabba inside that balloon? It's a head. What the? Waxwork? Indeed it is, a waxwork head inside a metal mask. Nice and sharp, tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Have you seen that movie, the man in the iron mask? That's what it looks like to me. Was that Leonardo DiCaprio playing that guy in his twin? Just a moment. This is a waxwork model. Does that mean? Oh goodness. See if joining the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Ah. Of course, a hellish waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame Tussauds model that you largely saw. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tussauds will not have to settle with the sizable count with me. This, as you have surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. Why is he here? Conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tussauds, turning it sans tete, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drubber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's keys in the waxwork reduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drubber's workshop. Well, looks like our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. Wait, is this the third? I've never heard this rendition of the of the whatchamacallit, of the Logic Arena Spectacular. Architect? You mean Mr. Drubber? The architect and the builder. Seems quite possible that he escaped through one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be in here in this room. What? This equation should be abundantly clear. If we simply reflect on the journey we made during this deduction. Enoch Drubber is here, right in this room. So, Mr. Naruto, would you do the honors? Yes, of course. Enoch Drubber's hiding place must be the safe.
Take that!
Why didn't I mention the cruise? Rest in peace, Anna's cruise. I died before he even had the wings to fly. Before we gain access to the back room, I heard several noises from here. Justice and the engineer was still inside the building at some point in time. It's a fast searching for a combination to a safe. As for time, I made no attempt to ride the furniture here or overturn in the process. From which we can deduce that a search for a combination happened very recently indeed. Summary, Mr. Enoch Drubber. Is at this very moment inside the safe. Is he gonna open it himself? Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Elementary. So, Mr. Naruto. Sloth does look very strong, doesn't it? Definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Harako, please. I mean, just think about it. Why should it itch your cheek all of a sudden? You'll be utterly helpless. Oh, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure. That warrants quite much anger. Alright, sorry. I think it's perhaps time I ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? But hopefully it's safe, you mean? What else? See, combination was 1 4 3 2 5 8 2. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. You found me. Now find my pages. What is he doing? Why is he like an armadillo? What the heck is he doing? Why is he doing the worm with his arms? Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Jobber, I presume. Correct. It's got a metal arm. Let's start talking. You sure Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall explain the theft of the rocks for him from Madame Tussauds as well. Also, I'll be very delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. How you move when your leg cramps in the morning. You move quite robotically, I guess. Deactivate, so it is a bomb. Your parcel. I refer to, of course, the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah. Ha ha ha, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds left to spare. That was too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killing? Mr. Sholmes' seductions could be completely life-altering, can't they? Why, my dear fellows, I was close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. You've seen one before? You've seen an anti-gravity device? I doubt it. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Sure, but look at this, please. Oh, he's not gonna look at it. You, I'm ready to see about it. Are these strange mechanical movements supposed to be some kind of answer? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving you a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor. That's a quick with me. How about to locate my workshop? That was not expecting. We're whistling from the other room. I knew it was time to board. Whistling. Ah, that would have been me. Oh. Alright, later, Michelle. For some reason, I woke up in fine fettle today. No words, just highly squeezed chips. Clearly I might have a screw loose, though I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. Another screw loose, as I could not remember which piece of furniture I ran it on. I found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I hoped to exit to the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So then I set about searching for a combination code to open the safe. Bury the incrimination blueprints, don't forget. Probably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon on the rafters. After that, you hid yourself in the safe. I first set this parcel technique. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Ah, there's Twishalia. Hiding right here beside ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I choose to hide inside the safe? So ordinary safe, especially designed. A dynamite explosion would not leave a scratch on it. He's Indiana Jones in it. So if the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you've come inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Safe was fitted with a handle from inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I wasn't telling the boys place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting anybody guys to come along and screw up my plans. I meant to say you were planning to blow all this up. No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. Calculate the time required to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But you seem like endless discourse in here. Threw a spanner in the works. Always looking at her log. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think I have a fairly good idea of what's going on now. What about the two incidents you've been evidently involved with? Professor Herbert's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. The Roster's model you stole, which his head belongs to. That's all I heard, you know. That's the head of the professor. Caught in a mess with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. Sure, carrying around his protection. What is going on here, Dresden? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. No full well this is a clear witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Voice Raha knew of this, he'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Mr. and Dr. Scythe. If it's pretending the machine next door has caused him a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you see. Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. See, you haven't softened at all. Mr. Otto, yes? Here our delightfully entertaining investigation has run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes. Let's see if this puts in this doctor's capable hands. So get out, now, all of you. This is not a car here either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for his lore and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb sitting here that this lot disarmed. Spectre. Coca. Something given a chuckle, has it, thought, Rubber? I'm so sorry. Don't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Oh, what are you? That one. I mean... Good. Oh my god, it's on the other machine. Flashbang. It's an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebraine's invention and all of his secrets were blown away forever. To be continued. Can I just say something? I didn't expect this Switch 2 to be so big. It's so much bigger than the Switch 1. It's kinda crazy. This staircase is really long. I can't believe we're still going on it. (9:11 a.m.) Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. For today's proceedings. I hope so. I should be. If not, there's nothing left. Good morning, my dear fellows. Yeah, there was a wax museum. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battles of all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're so here, Mrs. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you overlooked some praise, have you not? Pass in my direction. Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Harako Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. Or was it some ungodly hour to be here now? First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. He wants praise. Alright, good boy, Sholmes. Well, if I must agree then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I should employ her full gamut of tactics. Pull the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend onto my face. At last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris didn't have to go that far, she's too nice. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far, she's too nice. Ah, I sense a spirit of fellow scientist, one who relishes in infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Hello, Roger. Welcome. Overdue. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted in a grimmer expression, eh? Hear me. Are you going to take that insult line down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's some paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. Definitely it might prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's a professor's autopsy report that the mass murderers killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was done all under wraps. He was executed quickly after the first trial. It's all in here. Why would I want his autopsy report? Condemned prisoner. Death by hanging. On midnight, June 17th, by Courtney Stevens. What is Dr. Scythe and Dr. Stevens the same person? Could that be? Courtney Scythe. What there's no way that this is the professor's body, is there? A broken vertebrae that usually comes from hanging. There is no way this is the professor's body, is it? We don't know what he looks like. This could be the professor. It kind of looks like a professor. There's no way they kept the body in such good condition, though. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Scythe. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us all lie in the yard are just doing what we can. In the style of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Urban, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Suppose he'll be there today, won't he be? Rubber. Yes, we expect the prosecution summoned as a witness. So amazing we managed to find him one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. I was about to presume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. Getting paid to do research? Some people do, right? This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've felt this before actually. This is strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the proceedings of Albert Harebrane, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsel for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? There he is, Kazuma. Prosecution is ready, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Venzies has his apprentice with him. Apprentice with his memory lost. If I may, Lord Venzies. Yes, my lord. Appears to be someone besides and at your side. Ah yes, my apprentice and his assistant. Prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. He cut off the cork. Therefore, I instructed my assistant to attend to ensure a smooth running of the trial. You're so squeezing like a katana. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. We didn't find out more about Kazuma. Look how he holds himself, the way he moves. Couldn't be anyone else. He still suffers from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is very hard. It would appear that the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I say you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene the other day in question. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, the jury. I've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. Sure, we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. Like a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. You know what's funny? We didn't have to do one of those whatchamacallit summation examinations yet. Any face on this, you'll feel the wrath of God if you ask me. We have to listen to what's on both sides of the fence and then settle on one, that's it, isn't it? Why is she doing this? Who invited this kid to the jury? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Fanzeeks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Say at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of the primary importance in this case, super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which is installed at the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? Explosion. This is an outrage. Yes, I heard of a grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Shows us little remains of the machine. Looks like the trap door opened. It's terrible business. He didn't destroy evidence, did he? That Enoch jobber. We didn't submit it yet. I will take this print as evidence, counsel. I don't see anything else weird about it. Is there anything weird? I mean, the trap door is open. Possession of forward to the machine by a special dispensation for a Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before the thorough investigation could begin, the venture was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence to draw upon meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. Most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The person's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it is the accused himself who was operating the machine who will ultimately cause this loss of control. As Lord Venzies rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The witness is responsible for his part in events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by a machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being delivered to save by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Counsel, if you would please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drubber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odia's man. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? Defense tends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Venzi, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. Prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drover, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drover. Occupation. Hard to put down, I would say. See that black mark? Oh yes, why do I feel the same somewhere before? Oh, you too, I had the exact same feeling myself. Well, the case that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. Theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. That has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. Familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. Here's super high voltage these conditions machine demonstration. Yes, you can say that. I'm aware of it. It was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Jarrow, who constructed this fast machine they used in the experiment. Also, our investigation indicated. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, besides according to the blueprints, but that's all. Court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Amazing device, if you ask me. Critical molecular science, making instantaneous conditions of reality at last. What? Oh gracious, you meant to say. Experiment's bona fide. Is that your belief, sir? That is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. It was your bomb, man. But we've already established that the machine was nothing more than a prop for established elaborate conjuring trick. Established nothing of the sort. All that was shown in yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by this means of stage trickery. The first merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... procrastinating long enough, I feel. Witness will now give your formal testimony. I don't know, something about the other side that's kind of suspicious. But the machine you constructed for the purpose of demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. Provided me with the blueprints, I constructed this machine to its precise specification. It was no trick. The whole show is a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw a bird cage appear above their heads and crashed head first into the crystal tower. Terrible accident, Granny. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Body double. Goes to sound Satan, surely. Give the impression that someone has moved when in reality it hasn't. Basic conjuring principle. Was a wax model that was right. Session could not be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. Well, I've been right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along the lines. We have an idea, we just don't have evidence. Incidentally, prosecutors are confirmed Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. My understanding, this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. Such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, constructed by all accounts must be an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday proceeds about the true nature of our past explosive life, Mr. Trevor. You did, Miss my lord. The swindler who puts an innocent scientist elicit government to grant them money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. Fortunately, my scientific knowledge is even more than matches any academic in the field. Investigation in the witness workshop is that clear, my lord. Evidence, police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. It's true, we saw it ourselves. Hypothesis is sound. We can always be forged into physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Now, I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talented scientists in the past. Would you therefore say that the explosion in the machine was an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
Clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes on its way. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's possible we have to explore. Fortunately though, the machine's been built in the Kingdom Come. There is nothing really left to explore, is there? guess the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive of some kind. There's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining here. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it. So Asmund was a twin. No, it wasn't. But it doesn't even tell us anything, does it?
Objection!
How's my learning friend wasn't listening earlier? Asmund has no twin siblings. I heard you before, but the thread of hope hasn't quite left me. Perhaps it could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. The other side also ruled that as a possibility. Beyond doubt, without question that the victim himself, Mr. Asmund, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. Fingerprints found at the scene detested this crime. It's could have been someone orchestrated using someone who looks identical to Mr. Asmund then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh no, nothing. The idea that someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
Crash headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Another one of your unique conventions was found on the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over many months. Saw it clearly with my own eyes. Wreckage plummeting headfirst into the tower. To surprise, I believe the victim's neck was broken from a headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? You're a friend or reckless like me reads the newspaper, you know? According to reports, 2 injuries appear on the victim's body. He'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And a broken vertebra as a result of fall from a considerable height. But my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which one is the fatal one? Sadly not. Princess is not at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. She's found in birdcage with his neck broken. Salvage said he fell from a considerable height. I suppose it's hard to deny.
Hold it!
You understood the signs, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. It will be environmental problems that foolishly allow my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Oh, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruto. What is experimentation resulting in instantaneous kinesis taking place? As such, the science must be sound. Yes, really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's really very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's gonna be impossible to argue its authenticity in one way or the other. I'm able to establish that was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. We have no grounds which can demonstrate Professor Herbert's innocence. Both Dr. Asman and this man tricked him. To prevent his naivety and unbuilding belief in his work, I won't let them get away with it. See how the professor old friend of Benzie. What on earth must he be feeling towards trouble?
Hold it!
They were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself. Not really, by chance I've seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in the private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous inventor, there's no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume it's because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. One is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Mr. Herbert certainly has a mind like no other. Do I have to present the head?
Objection!
No. Well, if it fell from the head, I didn't mean to skip that again. The cage is broken from the bottom, so he must have fell from the bottom. I don't see how he broke his neck from that.
Objection!
Examine the bird cage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you see, the cage, which was wooden in construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. Hell of a damage is expected, surely. I agree. Damage itself is entirely understandable. Doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the bird cages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite where they should be. That's right, my lord. The cage that was at the scene was damaged at its base. I have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 bird cages in play that day, which at some point were switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. There's like a lot of stories of people falling from like airplanes and somehow surviving without a parachute. I don't know how they do it though. I'm a different kind of beast. I think I would just die if that happened to me. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... Some of the facts, there's only one logical conclusion when you draw. Damage at the base of the birdcage could cause it crash tail first into the tower. While multiple witnesses claim that it fell head first, the cage materialized in the sky and they see a balloon fly over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground, approximately 18 meters. Death proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower, and the ensuing deflagration. First reports of such chaos are partially unreliable. The victim's neck was broken. Only 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. To laugh again. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. But to be even more rigorous, you'll have to see it was only 1 vertebrae actually. Wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's moving Lord Van Zeke's. Swears clearly a swindler and one deceived the personal friend of his. Couldn't salvage this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Oh, there's just one more point here the defense appears to have forgotten. Obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth for proof painfully demonstrates. What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Driver, you will amend your testimony with the truth. Of course, we have to treat the matter scientifically after all. Ah, nearly had him there. First place, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high the birdcage could have fallen from. I mean, isn't this 30 feet here? Can I just present this?
Objection!
Alright. This is a diagram of an experimentation stage and its surroundings. Notice somehow that the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down onto the crystal tower. Well, about 30 feet or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. Same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. Hit the place where you're referring to on the same diagram. Alternate location for which the birdcage could have possibly fallen. The requisite 30 feet. Right here.
Take that!
First place I'm referring to is here, but that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Well, exactly what, my lord? Yes, the birdcage was on the machine on the stage. But we must consider the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. As if the experimentation was built at a considerable height above ground level. Look at the diagram, in fact. You'll see that's about the same height as above the balloon of the crash site. Experiment went underway. The machine and birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor is shaking away, and we were to assume there is a void underneath. The birdcage and the one nearby audience will have fallen the exact same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there's not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage has such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at this photograph of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill which formed the floor of the machine is undone. It's most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Jeller, it was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means it was you who built the two bird cages that was used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Herburn's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. The machine decided to take Mr. Asman's life. And laid the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only be carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Jubber. You looks like the cactar thing, you know what I'm talking about? The cactar. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2. Firstly, Before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the Knizia machine. Every relevant member of the staff of the exhibition attested to that. I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at the public experiment. In other words, Mr. Java had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. I've explained why he wouldn't need to. Nonsense with the crossbow. Doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. First, the investigation team is unequivocal on that point. Second flaw of your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man want to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? Here I have the contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Benedicts? Contract which Mr. Jover entered with the victim, Mr. Asman, reads: Mr. Jover is to receive 30% of all remunerations for the government grants or some other income. 30%. Clearly very favorable contractual conditions. There's one very important provision bolted onto the clause. What provision? Mr. Jover may only uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either was us to die, the contract will become null and void. You see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. Diametric opposite, in fact. Oh. Need I say more? The witness had neither more opportunity or reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, possibility of Mr. Jover having to do this is nil. Ugh. Citizen defends his assertion somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Vezix, submit the contract as evidence, please. Fund labor materials for a Knizia machine. Drivers receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Driver may only uphold this right, condition that both contracting parties are alive. Is that his signature though? I don't know if that is. I don't have his business card anymore. It's true. Never had no opportunity to switch the brokerage on the station with the one that crystal tower. Couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution were unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Harako. There are no doubt there are other aspects of restriction that are undeniable truths too. It seems that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. Yeah, this turn missing is always good. Prosecutor's calendar has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage, and now we know there must have been two. In other words, there's more to the demonstration than we realized at first. The thing is abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. Stage demonstration. The choice is set up entirely by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean that it's impossible for you to carry out the crime yourself, what is the fact that someone else was involved? Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
Accomplice now? Well then I presume imperative for what's to come. Not that you're not only accusing this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. This accusation turned out to be false. Make no mistake. Prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh, counsel, we intend to pursue this court and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter. What do I do here? The moment this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know if Trevor really had an accomplice, or even if he really is a culprit here. One way or another though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. What's my sense gonna be? Did Trevor have an accomplice or not? Has to be Mr. Asman, right? The fuzz is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two bird creatures must have been switched. Everything points to that. According to the coroner's report, that is not a possibility. But the inconsistency itself is a clue. Counsel, my lord, have received the start warning already. Nevertheless determined, I must ask you now to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Who you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice?
Take that!
Who is this person? Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. Someone surely say you wouldn't know. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of this person, obviously, but on what basis you claim Philip's involvement? So it's not him? Surely you wouldn't know, do you? Vtuber, welcome. I don't know, it's Mario Kart. I don't have Mario Kart. Surely simply slip and point to the wrong person as you. So other explanation. Suppose this time, Council. Is it not, Mr. Asman? I mean, I guess the only other person it could have been is the coroner herself, Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Sure, the fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely gonna make waves. A lot of waves. Could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. She'll be right, Mr. Harako. Thank you, Miss Susato. Enemy always appears larger than life. But you appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Kept this waiting long enough. Your answer, Council, now. Person who flew with Mr. Trouble in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazer are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? Head of the forensic investigation and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. If I remember correctly, that screwdriver we saw did not have blood on it when we first saw it. But when it came back from the coroner, it had blood on it. I'm pretty sure they used it to stab him after he was already dead. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it had no blood on him when we first saw it. You know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? Accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off, and everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. What else could the switch have occurred? It would have been in the team's presence. Essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. First demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Still reading that. Got a lot of nerve, lad. Sit up there drawing the yard scene through the mud. I am into. I know a woman very well. No better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? Our learned friend's imagination seems to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's a grave problem with your argument. One which that the prosecution demands you address at once. Grave problem. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? If the rare cage containing the body of the victim has been exchanged for another, the cage also must have contained a body. And yet, no missing person or accident deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Because there is no one dead or alive who could have filled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. It's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages and there must have been one person inside each. I don't know if I got an answer to that yet. Have I? What can I do to reveal how this body's double cell was achieved? Let's present evidence, right? We don't have a person. We have a wax figure. Very well. Friends will address my learned friend's concerns. I can't believe he clapped back with a learned friend. We're presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Oh gracious, evidence. Hope this isn't filibustering, console. Where's his funny name? You have relevant evidence presented now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Turns out anyone could only see them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above spectators? Aha! Body double in the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in a birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he wouldn't have been inside the second birdcage, so that could do something else. It's been described as a body double which fell from the sky crashing the Crystal Tower. This counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events, body double inside the cage was in fact... Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside of the second birdcage was... It's unbelievable I see him. That thing right there. Why is that here? Why is it in the middle of the courtroom?
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Damn, think about the dinner first or something. Now tell me, what are you playing at? So from now, Inosuke, time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago, the professor.
Objection!
Started by indicating the leader of a forensic team as the accomplice in this crime. Now you moved on to indicting waxworks. That's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxwork? It's nothing like the victim. In fact, could hardly resemble him less. Which is the figure she could give. Wanna know why? Asked Mr. Drebber. What? Days before Professor Herbrand performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber adopted this model from Madame Tuspellis. To say abducted. 2 days after the incident, the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. And the timing. It's true, Mr. Drebber. First I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and given it back again. The other reason is clear. Toko said that he could put inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmi.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientists. That And he did so in collusion with the finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. That to effect the deception, he is a waxwork model that in no way resembles a victim, or really to believe that this far-fetched tale. What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord. We need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen, jury, you will see your lenience for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Why is your kid on the jury? I guess child labor was still back then, right? Maybe just child labor. Child labor laws haven't gone in yet. So as indicated by the foreman, jurors reach consensus. I knew that was gonna happen. Shall get through this, Mr. Harako, we always do. Cover some new twists along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. So I have to appeal to the jury as usual and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Let's now embark on the summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. Please, eyes, as you know, still clear. Please stay off present here. Regardless of what you believe, are the defendant is guilty of the crime which he is charged. I know that woman for years. She would never bring comments to anything. Utter nonsense to think that those two would ever become not being one another. Oh dear, it's most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. Seeing no rigorous proof that the wax was ever inside the birdcage is conjecture. Because of all that right evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. We kind of have evidence. We found glass inside of the thing, right? Somewhat surprisingly, seems that the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings polarized opinion. Yeah, this was found inside the professor. The glass is almost as thick as it was wide. Never seen anything like it. Pretty human. Or Mr. Holmes has such thick skin. No need for such comparisons, although as you well know. Oh, I can only be from the tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of such a great structure. Given that the face is obscured and the pillars no way resembles that of the victim. Only to applaud my learned friend's temerity suggesting as Mr. Asmon's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have such strong feelings. Very clearer than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking about, Mr. Harako? I can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. or had to be this model. Really? Isn't why nothing to do with anything else you mean? Listen, I'm convinced something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, let's prevent the travel and prematurely at all costs. Disagreed. To find a way out of this. You're already counsel, you may proceed with the submission examination. Yes, my lord. Let's press this down. Sort of problems. Let's just say we've run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously artists such as myself cannot appear on large stages as we work close proximity to our audiences. So we perform a great magic in parks on street corners and the like.
Not in my day.
But the police use excuses to make our life difficult.
Excuse me.
You have something to say that, Mr. Automobile? Who you call a mass murderer? Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I look like the man you already locked up, Sonny. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps you can move on. Really wonder if it's something you want to add in response to what the jury number 3 said. What do you do? Back in my day, back in the good old days. It wasn't like this. It wasn't like what, sir? With our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? Nowhere will call the coroner in question in them days. Coroner's report is a hallmark of investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name into it. She's the best of the best, an apple for a person's eye. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who is Courtney Stevens? Okay, we're gonna realize that Courtney Stevens and Courtney Scythe is the same person. Sorry, go ahead and carry away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, you're silly me. You're Scythe now, isn't it? Stevie. Sure, I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. You think you could have changed your statement to include that name? Oh yes, I don't see why not. Legendary coroner.
Hold it!
We claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. There's more one to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? But you given this clear picture from the midst of the explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person, but if a wax would have been used, Cobra could at least have the distance to make it look like the victim. Not exactly sure how much criminals are governed by decency. Point is, trying to make a claim about that wax would be inside a birdcage. You give us some evidence, without that it's non-science. Suppose we should explain nothing less than a logical argument for the fellows through society. Lisa's mark would be changed if we managed to preserve evidence. How says the professor's mark would decide? Do I put this or not? I do. Yes, have something you'd like to see, sir. Oh? For you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So go over your jet black outfit. I don't mind emitting a sense of trepidation there. You don't trust anyone in black. Look in the mirror must be very trying. You have some evidence that the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely this piece of glass. What's that? Piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass. Piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, somewhere in the glass though, it's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Very much like special glass that was being developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Crystal Tower? Holy smokes! Exactly. Centerpiece of the Great Exhibition. Where is it we're talking about take place? On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of the special glass while I dropped my pen. My pen's made out of metal. I don't know if you guys know that. That's why it's so loud when it falls. For once, a small piece originated, is that it? Precisely, so what do you say? Now, clear evidence has been supported. This assertion has been placed in front of you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, the reasoning is sound. It's fair to say the color shouldn't come to it. I love what you're showing me here. Yes, I feel obliged to change my position on this matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Hospital has nothing to do with the coroner. Hello, generic. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Corny Stevens. Yeah, trialing. I think we could maybe put you against the girl. Cause she says there's no evidence, right? Oh, I didn't mean to press you again. Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Misplaced one, my opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of things? The mother of all academic subjects? What is it about scientists, honestly?
Objection!
Two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. Which statements do you refer to, Console? Prepare your core for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? What is wrong to make an accusation without evidence? Accusation that works Pokemon inside the second birdcage is that they in question. Not without support evidence, as evidence defense demonstrated the jury sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Well, it's fair to say you didn't follow the argument. I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb. Oh, I get it. Colonel. Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Oh, of course you don't. Yeah, I had food. It was good. When did you get here? This is sir. Now this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by solid evidence. You wrongs me if this man of science did not pursue the matter further. Oh well, me too then. Sorry? I'm pretty sure Mr. D's right that you must be. See, I wouldn't dare doing rolling against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. He's going to town on those colonels. He says, if you can call it that.
Hold it!
She was legendary, was she? What'd you say? That woman is the best coroner in the land. Head of forensics investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish, the word never passed my lips. I never described anyone that way, ever. Not even if they were still in the game. Ain't no point in trying to make that Dr. Scythe is driven town in the corner. Would that be fair? It would. One for the fact they tried to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary.
Hold it!
Well, I just started to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders in the Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're on there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies, and it's evidence arising from her work that led to the rest of the scoundrels responsible. Oh. That's right, oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Guess that she's somehow involved in this murky business, a load of Tosh. Tosh.0. Anybody remember Tosh.0? That was, to me, the procedure is not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why do you assume that? Quite simply because the unsolicited winner has no relationship to the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if there were somehow a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic. Women in society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you can learn something new every day. Even if you don't want to. What am I possibly wondering about the relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman? Perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there? Woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. As woman stands, perhaps there must be some connection between the waxwork and the outside would be enough. Yes, I agree. So we have the width connection, she'll be the first to know.
Objection!
Alright. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To what statements you refer, Counsel? So, juror number 2. Gosh, me? What can I do for you? Assume that you've heard what the juror number 6 has said in his statement. I delight that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman in society, find such connections and relationships irresistible. Oh golly, afraid to fail to see what you mean. Besides, my name is Stevens. Heard that name in the corner is definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. There's evidence to prove it. Goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, we're not overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. Evidence is clearly linked to Dr. Scythe, the master knows as Professor.
Take that!
Here is an autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report. What relevance does that have? Of course, the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Professor? Man was a capital offender, so... That's right. It's a certification of death that was drawn up after the conflict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the book is as few details. Or is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. Here's that Dr. Scythe. The Professor autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. 3 days ago, Mr. Trevor very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from matter 2 spells. Waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. You suppose there is some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely sure of it. No doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Jubber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obligated now to explore this further. She's just in it for the love of the game. She just loves mystery, I guess. Quite right, we can't let this trial to come to an end now. Now while there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Doesn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Thank you, Consul, that will do. As a result of the submission examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 were called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. A waxwork of despicable professor. This is a body double for a victim in this quite extraordinary case. Scammed. I think there's something wrong with my buttons. They don't seem to work anymore. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion that could be possibly true. However, first it does warrant further investigation. So wax look at the professor that links Mr. Driver and Dr. Scythe. I'm convinced that there's some special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. Good sir. Is there evidence and testimony? First to delve deeper into alleged involvement of waxwork in this case. The prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Owner. Madam Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Menzies would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. He arranges for Madam Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. And we guess we're gonna go on a 10-minute break or whatever. See carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Court should now adjourn for 45 minutes. During the time, the prosecutor will summon the new witness and prepare for taking the stand. Madam Two Spells, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Old Bailey defendant antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What is this professor business all about? Doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. Well, in Germany already 10 years ago. It's a professor. Well, I discovered he was the one who had been abducted. A sense of foreboding stirred within me. Who knew that the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Turns out, Orvezis is more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? It's how true. We're friends from university in the dock. And now, waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper felt to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw it in front of that man. It sounds deliberate. Can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Driver, Dr. Silent, Lord Van Zeeks. Seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow. It's the fact I alone am not a member of the Senate. So that leaves me with an empty cell, all alone, no intersection to any other. Excuse me. The Dr. Scythe. Dr. Corny Scythe, nay, Stevens, good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. Very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? Requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. I think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. The smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Crispin and Joy has a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. Hoping that you come to face and tell the truth about what really happened. Surely won't be possible. Lord Vezis won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart. Pandaro's box you were warned about is a professor case. Please don't make the mistake thinking you'll get any information out of me. How did you hide the truth? That's cowardice. Always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. That's what I came here to say. So, good day to you. I'm pretty sure that screwdriver did not have blood on it when we first saw it. So she probably put it in the body. She mentioned it too, Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will be all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. Which is the seat of weights. He's edging. I think you enjoy yourself a little too much. I think you enjoy yourself a little too much. He's been edging too long. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt in the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog on a bone. To the better end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good, I shall make myself scarce. Purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'd be gnawing at it as you gnaw away at the truth. Where you purchased it? Why does it have your name on it? Sholmes Caramel? What does that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially about the bit of whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. Remember to find the truth. No matter what. He's just in the middle of the room, Mr. Professor. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with the damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. We now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Well, it certainly defied all expectation. As it seems to be off, fate of all trials with this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. What event seeks, my lord? Still waiting for the arrival of Madame Tuspel's. Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Farewell, bring the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspel's to stand. Things are starting to become more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. Tries to prepare them is a waxwork. And it's the model of the professor. It's the key to the link with the otherwise unrelated individuals. Curiously, admittedly, but the president's always go on. She's making Mr. Sholmes. State your name, occupation in the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan. Proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Had the priority for working as I testify. My new exhibition must open very soon. It looks very familiar. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from a museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first we have been believed that it was kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped. Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've been just told outside the courtroom, not the true reason. I understand it was to utilize a substitute for the body of a murder victim. As this is no more mere conjecture proposed by the defense. This is a victim in the question, Mr. O.D. Asman. Of course I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. We're suggesting that we should see now the masked visage of the professor. I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you carve on the fancy figure beneath the mask. Clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. Man's identity was never made public, after all. Trial took place in the court's court. All prisoners were strictly confidential. Condemned them when summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. But why? Why is it a secret? There's no possible way that a repository of torture exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. Always seem they are very unaware of Tuspal's principles. Some of Tuspas have always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspal's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspal family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true, a century ago now. One of the queen's face was carved in minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine side. Correct, the model is still on display today at the House of Horrors. Spells stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Hear me. A somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. Ooh. Ooh. It is someone with truly lifelike representation of the object or subject. It has been a famous secret for generations. Do you mean to say that behind that mask, the true visage of the killer is there? It's ludicrous. It's out of the question. Let's spread terror throughout the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains popular today. So emerging from his own grave, the sight to behold, you should come. Oh, no problem, Roderick. I think, Madame, will be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your very personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. If it was 10 years ago, you would have been like 17 or something when you made it. Or 16. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors based on the rumor that has shocked London society. Impression of the visage that was taken directly from a corpse, according to the Tussauds family principles. This is the aid of a grave digger. They created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I myself had to give it a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Tall and approach, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Gravedigger, a man sanctioned this. Wait, I will do all the necessary to achieve my true resemblance my family celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? Truly saw it. Face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his agenda was a secret. Spells would not be too spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our structures. I don't believe this. I myself have never seen the special exhibit at a museum, madame. Really blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. Seeing as the place was subject to many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here the newspaper from the time. Wait a minute, Odie Osmond. Special exhibit was based on a picture in this article. Tell me Odie Osmond drew the picture? The most detailed account of what happened is reported by an eyewitness who saw it, Mr. Drebber. Mr. Drebber. I rise from the ribs to observe the words. Was all a mask to blame for the great blaze. Mr. Drebber's dreadful counter. Bad sheep rampage. Charles Darwin, the great stink. That's when like the cup dumping sewage into the river Thames, right? Like a total eruption. How about enjoy absurdity, monsieur? So I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a wax from the exhibit that was stolen days before incident, the great exhibition, wasn't it? It's correct, the professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination. His files released Drebber with Dr. Scythe. Has be some reason for that which hasn't come to light. I'll find it, get to the bottom of what really happened. For that, Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
A rumor would be 10-year-old tale now, but one that Thunder will ever forget. Alright, I know what you're just talking about, I think. Of course, couldn't be anything else. The story will never disappear. Tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. It's the central attraction of my house of horrors. Rumors whisper all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. Professor said the solemn stab over his tomb emerged from his grave. One man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. Just later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. I don't remember the bullet. They didn't say that before. Bullet struck the emerging corpse and fell motionless once more. couldn't find his way to his mouth of his young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave, and someone shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows even today. But remember, it's just a rumor. Perhaps I think they're an old ghost story. But people of London, they love stories like this. That's why I was in every newspaper across the capital. But is this a story? I mean, this is the exact scene that can be seen in your museum, isn't it? So could it be that Odie Asman was the professor or something? And this is just like a body double who he killed to make sure that they didn't pick him up or something. Maybe something like that. That would explain why they want to kill him up in the corner, and maybe even Mr. Drebber. Special exhibit was modeled on the very illustration. For a while afterwards, contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Ma'am, may I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. Something is described as a rumor. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. But that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. So we'd be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful. It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was in the Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the professor was killed by hanging, took a wax impression visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. Still appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Central of every waxer in your museum then. You don't know what's going on. Well, you probably missed the first 2 episodes of this. Let's see if I can explain it. This guy died on stage. This guy was accused of murdering him. And right now we're questioning her about the wax model. Assuming the subject's dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from prison criminals all of the time, you know? Sort of letters. When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Kamacha. Is this my first case? No, this is like the 3rd case of the 2nd game. No. Our museum is famous, monsieur. It may be made into waxworks in honor, and for criminals a status symbol even. So now this is hard criminal better than wax. Yeah, I could say he was hardened like wax. This is that one color in particular that my London museums gained such popularity in London. First to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor, who was formerly claimed to capture by taking an impression of the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principle of 2 spells. But surely that's illegal, isn't it? Seeing the proprietors of the repository of knowledge were blinded by monetary greed. Had nothing to do with money. Man was part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him to record this history. This is the last in the series. Is reason Dantra of the Two Spells Museum. How do you say that? Raison Trey? I don't know, man. If the man was convicted in close court and sent for immediate execution, surely no one but the members of the judicial president would know the killer's true identity. True, hidden behind the mask is the true face of the professor. You realize what you're saying. The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. Now the truth of this special exhibit has been revealed, perhaps it must close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't. Oh, why is it? It could be a very interesting time my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of Professor's execution, took a wax impression on the face of the corpse. Oui, exactamente.
Hold it!
They're longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I moved the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. And I have some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, consequently his chin will not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone. As a consequence, missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? I got person to visit the cadaver. I was waited 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? That amount of time significant. Because of rigor mortis. A wriggly mortis. The name that is given to the phenomena occurs in the recently dead bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours post-death, our bodies feel really rigid and inflexible. He died at midnight, right? From that point on, the muscles started to revert to their relaxed state. It is often used to this in the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education. If it's a slightly scary one. As Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. This is why you wait. By that time the mouth falls open, it's very difficult to do my work. It's still hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. And I wonder if the information that Heard from Madam to spells. Probably significant, right? I thought I had Italian ranch dressing. I don't know if I could just rate those two. First, the rigor mortis shared with us. Would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, see? Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic. Atmosphere in the courtroom has become very grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madam, comment your testimony as discussed. I don't think I've had ginger or sesame seasoning. Yes, sir. Forced onset of rigor mortis. What did you get question? Son coach, I was particularly worried I would be discovered.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon described where corpse begins to stiffen after death. Fingers that starts at the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right? We say ka. Of course, the exact duration depends on the season. Realize waxwork artists who've so versed on the subject. No, none. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit my ignorance about forensic science. If my father just give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm no good with them. Oh dear, I do my very best.
Hold it!
See that dawn is approaching. What is the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. At the center of my utensils are wax, the morning light was already becoming visible. She took place on the 17th of June, at the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. It is really early. I did that at very little time, so I'll finish my work in half an hour. It's necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. So I discovered that it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. His emeritus, Mr. Sholmes, seemed to be teaching sheep quickly now too. Starting to go explore the nice for your work, madam. I wonder if what is that particularly significant? Details how long you took to complete the sculpture and early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? Whether they might be significant. Of course, if it would make you like me to. Alright, Mr. Naruto, it is intriguing. 7 hours before in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? It's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. half hour before sunrise. We died at midnight. They will finish at 4 in the morning. Wouldn't that have been 3 hours since rigor mortis set in or something? Or am I overthinking this or underthinking it?
Objection!
Nope, that's not right.
Hold it!
You have reason to believe it might be discovered once the sun came up or something. Pay the gravedigger money to keep my love secret, of course. But with the morning light, we knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. We'll just pay off the warden till then. I'd already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or a secret no longer is secret, eh? Sunrise at 4:40 that day, which means it would have been around 4 when we began sculpting work. Wait, that is correct. Oh, Gaussian surface, thank you for reading, thank you. Oh, the game's really fun. I like it too. Everyone in the group they game is seen to come out of hiding. This is all I have to go on. What's your feelings, Harako? For some reason, Dr. Scythe's been along with Rubber's playing. That's really true, and the professor is the one thing we know of that links the pair of them. I feel like the master must be the clue to this somehow. Jesus crossing exactly cover what it means. Okay, so if you saw it before, I think I maybe presented it to the wrong thing. Oh, Gaussian surface, thank you for following. Thank you. It's the first thing I'm getting with, that's why. He has found connection to Professor as well. He should have already been in rigor mortis if he was executed at 12, right?
Objection!
Madam Tuscalis, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. First, the death of the professor following his execution on the gallows. And the problem? I believe it is, because their testimony in particular detail in the autopsy report completely contradict each other. Wait? Everyone explain yourself, my Nipponese friend. According to their testimony, Madame Tuscalis was clearing wax suppression just before dawn. At the time, rigor mortis had not set in. Correct so far, madam. You are, yes? As you said, stiffening jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, quite clearly sees the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. Professor indeed died at midnight that day. The time we were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Oh yes, you're right, the chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes from recording time and death. Our very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. Execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order. Concept, this is beyond folly. Not only did he indict the author of the report out their side, it also implicated members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. I learned in Friday Precept that overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? Professor died that night. Without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the medicine jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die? Are you insane? What are you suggesting happened in the case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe and the professor. That one other person of interest. How evidence is explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night? Counsel, present the evidence at once. Evidence of what allegedly happened on the night of the professor's execution. Are we saying this happened? Is this what really happened?
Take that!
Happened that night has been very plain in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. Usually there's a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, this article is to believe yes. Professor S. assumed death on his execution, emerged from the grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point in this article says that there was a witness to what happened. Oh yes, indeed. My qui. My sweet? I don't know French, man. Tell me who still into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
It's none other than Mr. Drebber. Chris is a witness. Story didn't write itself. Obviously the man made it all up. In any case, that case was 10 years ago now. There will be sure no hopes of finding him. He's in this courtroom right now. Out of the crowd here, my lord. We all know this witness well. What? Our suggesting counsel that you've identified the person in question, but you know who claims to see this utterly incredible events take place. Yes, my lord. Wow, you can say he's right here, before my very eyes. Who is essentially your latest claim then now, counsel? Who is this alleged witness? Is... Enoch.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? Previous witness? Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum Waxwork. It creates the same decorative scene in great detail. Condemned criminal emerging from the grave beside the tomb. A man with a lantern stumbled upon a terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year-old younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Kodar. Surely not, Council. Rubber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is this all talk about, Mr. Jubber? Is the name significant? Of course. Just Wallace doesn't know, does she? It's extremely significant, madam. But your situation as well, in fact. What situation? That's the Professor Waxwork in your museum some days ago. Perpetuated by the very same man. None. But that would mean Madam Two Spells. If you know the name Enoch Jubber. Yes, I know it. From long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious, was he the gravedigger? Explain yourself, tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago, published in every single newspaper in London and all throughout Great Britain. However, in all articles, the witness is described as a certain young man. No details are published about his identity, and was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. Oh, the one that Mr. Asman wrote, right? Daily Circus, a piece of paper which comes in the article I've already shown in court. See, his full name is only publicized in that article. Goodness me. You like his outfit? Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Here it is. University student who experienced a shocking event is Mr. Enoch Jubber. He's a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident student of his dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery is the condemned criminal coming back to life at the cemetery in the dead of night. Perfect exhibit from a house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Jubber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was on the sides at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 as a model for the waxwork. And since time, he built in our museum to recreate the scene of terror in the cemetery. Oh, welcome back, Louise. Welcome. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he witnessed. Who would have been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. All I treated as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal. He says it to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxworks model build is a poor match for the victim, his face is obscured by a mask. When he was younger, he's not even that old, is he? He's like 34 or something. 35? Brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. Birdcage in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork. According to a scholar who investigated, Dr. Sally would have noticed immediately. Yeah, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was out of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Other side put her name on a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. Criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. Now, misconduct was a deadly secret that the coroner would do anything to protect. Precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. My lord. The court must summon Dr. Side to the stand. The defense is determined on exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received from them this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Side is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? But Veggies won't be summoning me as a witness. Mr. Heinz forbidden it. No, the waxwork woman is not an accomplice. Something happened at the killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody else wanted to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Prosecutor calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
He wants to know. Some prosecutors have found on policy that on any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Enoch Driller and Dr. Side both take a stand together. Odar. Very well, I shall oppose your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect press the Dr. Side of the forensic investigation team. Woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. I mean, this just confirms that Mr. Strongheart is evil. Alright then, Enoch Drubber and Dr. Scythe. They were clear with one another. This crime could have never been committed. Just to don't throw it away, I can feel it. Truth behind all this is about to come out. You know what's also about to come out? I need to use the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for returning to such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Deeks. I'm gonna portray the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Trial is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there's given a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who concerned or disgruntles, I will pursue it to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor with his salt. Mr. Driver, took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in the workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, we're the first to examine the body. It is a belief in the defense they collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. Where is your evidence? At present, we don't have any definitive evidence, but I have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? Talking, of course, about the waxwork. His father, the killer, known as a professor who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes. You should have pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports at the time, on the night following his execution, Killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. So was that mysterious event? It was you, Mr. Driver, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality. You make you privy to a great secret of Dr. Scythe's. Secret is so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Driver, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw tonight in Lowgate Cemetery. You was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? The man and madam, two spells, I mean. Really, it's not a clever. That's what he really saw. He was a researcher at the University of London, was he? Clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. Well, at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Here we are, 10 years later, some of my story matters, and in a court of law, too. I feel like that's why he wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Because no one took him seriously after he said he saw this. It probably ruined his research prospects of being, you know, a recognized science. Because this was for when he was younger. You must have had this before this whole article came up. So he's bitter at Mr. Asman for ruining his life, basically. So he doesn't really care about the money. He's like, I want this guy dead for that reason. Very well then, if everyone so wishes, let's be frank. Alright, I can be Charlie, you be Frank. Someone needs to be Dennis or something. Guys, know what I'm talking about? You're Dennis? You know about the implication? I'll tell you what the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. So, Mrs. Rubber, your testimony please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You would tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Logi's cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Originally I was in Logi's cemetery. 10 years ago was a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. The illustration newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, he was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from Max. Then, I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. That's screw loose if you think a coach come back from the dead. But you're seeing this article is. Now what the paper is printed on. I think if you were described it so perfectly, yes. Present article aren't true. We'll find your argument for why Mr. Rubber and Dr. Saito were working together. He's describing himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. I'm to have been in the cemetery for some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Logan Cemetery is the rear of the Barclay prison. Some monsters in the university has a reputation being haunted by ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses in cells is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you just sell the bodies? You are one of the so-called resurrectionists, particularly an unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows now went by a different name, the repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir? Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me great many headaches. And then I had to leave the university. So all the paper with the bad grease to identify me unambiguous at my end. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. Sketch right from me to describe the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I barely regretted what I've done. Coming to see something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Counsel for the defense team will proceed with the cross-examination now. I once will learn. I think we gotta press the last statement. I'm thinking he's gonna be like, oh.
Hold it!
It's an article, you mean, published in Daily Circus. Someone informed me the dean that was my name that appeared in an article. Chris has said that night after night I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you would say. University reputation is inextricably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. Haven't been around the university. Women is somewhat special this grade. Combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. This is deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors who give you money. Mr. Albert Herber was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I've never caused you to do anything of the sort. What's Trevor up to? Why are suddenly choose to turn into Candace Clan? I wonder if perhaps the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if you had missed out and seen the professor return live from the grim 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past that you desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. Trevor and Dr. Sai were together now. And if Trevor were to betray her, there was no reason for her to continue to cooperate. Because there's only one way around it, to prove that he really did see it. If he really did see the perverted corpse come back from death, as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Otto, exactly.
Hold it!
No one would have Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. However, as I've explained, I have name published an article and Gourmet Child, I found them in. The article in Daily Circus, I think he said. This poor student brother printed my name at the time. The young lady put 5 pounds in front of me. She really considered to have made a waxwork of herself and given permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. Remember now. Purchased something else for you that day. N'est-ce pas? There you are, I can't say I remember. Was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I'm an excursion and taking it with me whenever I'm an excursion to any cemetery. What camera with you, sir? To what end? Poor details of the body as they disinterred. I had no intention of ever visiting graveyards again after that night, so I sold it. I see. So however, monsieur, as far as a special exhibit of my House of Horrors, very meticulous about such details, it is the Tussauds way. Assume that this very camera Mr. Driver took with him to the local cemetery in the Diary Equestrian. It's interesting. Full of wrinkles. We don't have a print. Isn't that crowd would think that this is actually found strawberries at night. I certainly never imagined a piece of evidence to be with the player managed signs. She's very keen on everything being true to life as possible, isn't she? There's blood on it, but I don't know if that's anything. Oh, it's just here in some dark red scenes. It's missing a photograph of print.
Hold it!
Church helping at local cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. Didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was barely near arrested myself. She went to the papers instead. Started big with the London news. Surprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, there's reports from the gossip rags and gutter press that came to get my story. Spread like a plague through the capital as the gossip honey and Londoners lapped up the tale. Stories in every single sheet, every paper at the time, that's such in some broad sheets. And only 2 or 3 of them interviewed you personally. Most of the accounts seem to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? A journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what happened that night. From his description, drew this illustration precisely. How I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Since the reporter told me so, I had no idea myself, you see. Paper reporters are wont to stop on matters that don't concern them. So the same illustration accurate then? Well...
Hold it!
What are you talking about? You explained it already, didn't I? Okay, cemetery at the rear of Barclay Prison. Now it's to be haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some reason, I was scared of the graveyard at the night. As a result, only too willing to believe the nonsense about the dead coming back to life. I think you actually saw it. Said what I've seen in my mind's eye. Resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You would be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence I can show him that you really did see the professor? But if anything at all, Mr. Harako, I know. And you presented it against that irritating backtracking statement of his. Out of the camera, I guess. The point is that night is a pivotal moment in my life. It has a blood stain on it, right?
Objection!
Okay, it's not the camera. Tea is good. I like it. Very minty.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Is that why it's called moonlighting? Surely you need to go look in the graveyard to see my appearance in case the answer to that. When I turned into Spain, who on earth would want to bury a dead body? Any major hospital. Heard about understanding the human body. Study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There's enough hospitals in the world that has enough specimens to work with. So obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young researchers had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. We made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical students' acquaintances. This is very historically accurate, by the way. This actually did happen. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This is all for the furtherance of science, you see. So we all told ourselves every time we saw in the night, spade in hand. Thus, body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest consequences. Since we're caught between the hammer and the anvil, we needed funds for research. Mr. Spring Herman said the same thing. Quite speaking of very levity which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was in the lowercase cemetery, that's the reason. Never expected it to end the way it did, that I regret to this day. But if it's a waxwork head, why would he steal this one, right? Why would he steal this one if he didn't see the professor, right? How would he know the professor had this as his head?
Objection!
Okay, never mind, I'm stupid.
Hold it!
How is that you found the professor that night? I don't know. How else would we know? All because I newspaper article. I don't know. What evidence is there? 10 years later, and then you bought the camera. Pause camera. Pictures. Promise you something about the camera? I don't know. No photographic print here. I know about the scene, but I can't really tell what the scene is. I mean, how would you... I guess how would you describe the mask if you didn't know what he looked like, right? I don't know, is that it? Am I dumb? He's got the mask on here, right? Maybe we should save. I don't want to go back if I...
Objection!
Okay, it is that one. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim that you did see the professor 10 years ago. Oh dear, seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. Illustration on this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. Figure emerging with the tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, decided in the court's ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. It wasn't meant to be removed here during his execution and subsequent burial. However, the prison wardens were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision in the mask is not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trevor, as you've heard, a noted student of the University of London certainly would have known about the cadaverous man mask. So unless you actually seen the professor last night, I could see what the artist would have included that mask in the illustration. Order, wow, Mr. Jabber. It's a vile screen, isn't it? But if you look closely. As I've already me to point out, I was already petrified, so I had in my hand I see the blood currently inside. Afterwards I came to my senses and realized I've been mistaken. You were still saying you didn't see it. First self-recycling into the story, witness. Mandra's testimony explained how You think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I believe he's still not gonna concede the point. This is a fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it!
Fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body searchers were at work. Just when I saw one emerge from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. This is a terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. Chloe was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students will wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Why the fellow was doing such a massive his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
There's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, a second gunshot ran out from behind. Bullet pierced through the resurrected man's chest, who breathed. His breath went still once more. I assumed that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had been shot in the cemetery, I think it would have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well.
Strange.
I would assume it was an embellishment bolted later on by the reporter.
Excuse me.
I'm guess she saw a balloon on the corpse or something. Why would you spells? Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. All alone? We refer to that Mr. Sholmes' last remark was significant to someone. Oh, it's a little strange, that's all. How must your drummer would claim this now? Don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory. You contacted me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. Might want to watch your tongue, you know. Have a care, Jubber. That is no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tuspalus. Carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Jubber told me at the time, I could hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. He said nothing of the sort. No. You're very explicit about the details, about the mask that the figure is wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough, woman. I'm making all this up. Okay, there's the blood on the camera, I guess. That will do. Mr. Jobber. Hmm? Yes? With the account they were just given by Madame Tuspalus. I have no recollection of ever seeing those things. Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under circumstances, I think it's best you supplement just more to see him to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Okay, no splattering of any blood. Well, I have bad news for you, brother.
Objection!
Mr. Jobber, do you remember this camera? That is the camera from the fifth night. Yes, we borrowed it from the house, of course. Then we took to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? I can rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I are keen to examine it closely. Notice that the lens is set forward at the end of some bellows. Like this. What's that? There, just on the bellows? Looks like dark red stain. Right. It's a rather conspicuous mark on the bellows, in fact. Oh lord, are you suggesting this fellow appeared to be splatter of blood? Sunday could be confirmed with a simple chemical test, isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not blood of some animal. But yes, the test whether or not blood at all is simple enough. Suppose that man who spells testimony is correct. Another question 10 years ago. You were splattered with blood from a gunshot wound. Well, furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the one explanation. So you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own game, it seems. Who's then? Who could benefit? Joe is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. Goodness, he's killing someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly... So someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor come back to life to be exposed. So who is it then? Who is this witness trying to put it by lying about what he saw that night? And it could only be Courtney.
Take that!
Obviously it's just Dr. Scythe. Scythe? What, whatever do you mean? Imagine the consequence if his death was not in fact killed. Imagine it's come to light. What are you insinuating? Imagine the competing questions of country's most hated mass murderer. Who was the professor that of an unprecedented scandal?
Objection!
It's beyond a joke, and they are pointing out that the dead should now come back to life. Whoever suggesting that the execution never actually happened. Yes, it's exactly what I mean.
Objection!
So man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
Fact is, there is witness in the fact that the man did escape his hanging. However, really true, Counsel, the implication of misconduct was not stopped by the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of judiciary from the ground up. Exactly because of the monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe will consent to the demand of her led by someone to expose the turn to expose the secret. Even if that man being complicit in a crime. So I don't think they brought him back to life. You mean... Yeah, the other side wasn't collaborating with Mr. Jobber's wicked scheme. Or was she collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret? She switched it up by thereby Mr. Asman, the waxwork model, fabricated the autopsy report. Not the foot slam. Eleven Zeeks. But forgive my friendship-filled hollow chalice. And a whole raft of other discourages now. Goodness me. She said the solar tall-tale wonders with joy, I grant you. See clearly rising from the dead, Scotland Yard cover-up, reached at the highest levels. Let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb, that not only be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And dispose of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. I bet it's Dr. Mr. Strongheart. I'm pretty sure he's the Reaper or something. I'm pretty sure Chief Justice Strongheart is gonna be the answer somehow. I really do love the foot slam. I have too little information to work out on that present, I think. Couldn't agree more. Old Belly is no place for wild fantasies. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? You realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to force this woman to such criminal activity. It's tantamount to declare war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Why? I'd imagine any ceremony may offer for research could be warranted. A lot of stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Oh well, I suppose. It's no prey crime either. Victim was murdered. A man who has already invested money in the venture and be instrumental in future profits too. So I have no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Well, keep saying his name. You're forgetting that his death results on me not receiving a single penny. You don't care about the money. You want revenge. Who is aware the contract between the victim and myself, no? There is a contract, that is very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though I can feel it. Recent threats to force a forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant I had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. Fish Brown was his name. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Jobber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. Why? What was his motive then? Palm is up, my learned friend. Say you have one last chance before the jury loses patience with this charade. Let's see if we can back up your heady proposal, shall we? He dodged out of the way. How do you explain why this angel throw all caution to the wind, threaten to his own country? This far now I could prepare to listen to anyone's outlandish conjecture without proof. So counsel, present your evidence. Alright, exactly who was Mr. Asman to Jobber? Connection there, no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. How many is his signatures, right? Yes, my lord.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That written 10 years ago. Every detail's been examined already. What else could it possibly tell us? The dribble should have never been written. Typical garden press nonsense. That means nothing. Also is from particular significance, however. Consider alongside another piece of evidence. Fully explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Also, you present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which transformers of the newspaper article established motive for the deed.
Take that!
This contract, my lord. Mr. Driver, this is a contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. It's this very document, in fact. Proves I had no reason to kill the man. Oh, no, no, no. It proves you had every reason to kill him. No, I'm afraid not. What? Something very significant about this newspaper article and contract have in common. Really? It's that common link that shows clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. O.D. Asman. Seems that the defense had covered something the rest of us had missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
These 2 pieces of evidence have in common. It's a signature. Signature. Signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the chorus heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago. The newspaper reporter found Mr. Drubber and interviewed him about his ordeal. Ooh, he's gonna get it. If you look very closely, the newspaper signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. If you look at the contract he was signed by both the witness and the victim last year, you very clearly see Asman's signature at the bottom. Yeah, Asman is very much dead. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. Sure, the journalist who drew the illustration wrote the article published for Drubner 10 years ago. There's a victim in this case, Mr. O.D. Asman.
Objection!
Explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the willingness to murder Asman? Think back. You remember that Mr. Drubber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, yeah. Smooth fresh corpses. Not for retribution enough. That article should have never published. To leave university, right? At the time, you were a student of the University of London and dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. As well, I believe that Hasman managed to position himself at the heart of the criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during the time as a reporter. So to give up on your dream and leave university, you lost everything. You find yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Trevor. It's true, I had to leave university as a result of that article. This is straw that brought the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science and faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. I was struggling with their own hypothesis anyway, we all did, only to have this taken by vultures. Surely you knew your ideas would be stolen and planted by some lecturer or other. Gracious. Self-named scientists comment like that. So we're cool, only select few geniuses who ever hooked his sheet. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. But, I would beg to differ. You had a trophy. You have a very prestigious trophy. Probably revenge. First I used because a Logi was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Driver, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. It's very pleased to know that I do not possess a talent for science to me. Sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. Are you in a position to say anything about me? I know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. Could you have positive proof that idea? I was very happy to lose the university because I lacked talent. Do you remember this, Mr. Trevner? We found it in your workshop. That Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. So it is this trophy, Council. It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. Recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then you were a genius in your field. We lost everything, had no more future, talents would go to waste. All it was of one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was. It dawned on you that he was the same journalist 10 years ago ruined your life. So, very clearly had no intention of forgiving that man. Truth is, finally he's gonna fold. I hope he does. Who said hold it? Oh, it's her. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? Exactly as that Japanese man said. I was coercing going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. Condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord. She's dropping him. Dr. Scythe, you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, I arrived at Crystal Tower and saw a birdcage. My heart nearly stopped beating. I remember for a decade ago I done my best to bury deep inside myself. But there's like a little letter in his pocket. It was the professor again staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I guess there was something else. There's no tucked inside of Miles' jacket. Dr. Scythe, you go along with my plan. Someone who really knows the truth of what happened that night 10 years ago. All is written out there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice to go on with whatever said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated an autopsy result before I was instructed. There really was no other choice. I had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it from coming out, even collaborating on murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. What happens? I'm finished. So then, Mr. Trevor, what do you see to that? Compass has admitted everything. Sure goes without saying. You made your part in it too then? I'm innocent. I've been nothing. At all. What? Forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion. Showing me an mental crime. There's no really possible way to prove that I did anything wrong. Oh. Odor. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. First I disclosed my secret, so I went along with his plan. Lord Vezix, yes. Hope you accept my apologies. How about this is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. Hereby I present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum to pursue the alleged wrongs of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. He's been found innocent. Very true. That slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, the other side is admitted to the allegations brought on by the defense, absolving the defendant of all possible guilt. You mean? For the time, it's concluded to this court that the defendant is not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objections? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. Prove Professor Herbert's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Is the prosecution defense of any matter to discuss? I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did the other side suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like we said before, trial is at the end now. Which is certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Was that really what we want? What, are you gonna say he's guilty or something? The defense should be pushing for now is immediate adjudication. Further testimony. Judge gets his verdict now. Professor Herbert will be found not guilty without any doubt. Any trouble here, perhaps? It's probably nothing. In the antechamber during the recess earlier, I did give Mr. Sean my word though, didn't I? But I will pursue any doubts I had in the truth to the last. You have shown your word, so the Muslims is nothing. It means there's only one right answer here. Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering.
Objection!
Defense of this is a trial ending this time, my lord. By your pardon. We demand one final testimony. Can't believe it. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in your favor of your client, I presume. What are you planning on, my Nipponese friend? How would you expect the conclusion in this trial at this point? I didn't expect the pursuit theme to play here. No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Sir, hold on, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and the way to bring it all out in the open. Right. It's in hindsight. One word of warning. The better end. Sure, Mr. Sholmes knew. You must have deduced that this would happen. So I'm here to advocate for my client, to secure an acquittal. Obviously. That's not all. I believe that I have the duty in the court to present the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. That's why defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. This is for me. About what? About the nature of her collaboration with Mr. Enoch Jebber. In case it receives your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. Full truth has been revealed, so it's not wasting everybody's time. Which was made very plain. I will get the clue you wanted for him. No reason to start this business any further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
He's on our side now? I forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call her? Preservation, Lord Van Six. Prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. There's more than the key sounds yet to come to light. Now we're joining my learned friend. In pursuit of facts into the bitter end. Yeah, join me, my learned friend. You what? Oh, Van Zeeks. Most are regular, I say. However, as the prosecution is close for, I will open the request. I decided to testify for court when the folks started vomit in the murder apparently caused by Mr. Jabber. Farewell. My learned British friend. I'll begin to saw the waxwork in the notebook inside her pocket. Partial body of the victim as indicated in the notes was beneath the experimentation stage. All has been arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. This didn't hire help with the entire forensics team to address this unit appropriately. 50 days, 10 years ago, is a secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. I was right, the stage and the machine were all specifically designed for deception. So it seems, all meticulously prepared. Did well to see it through. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. What is the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of Bob in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. All? Terrible corruption. All of my teammen were the seat and only under my explicit instructions. Nobody says Scotland or knew anything about it, I assure you. You'll be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Oh, I believe the testimony has clarified everything. No need for a particular cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't treat the feeling something is wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Shai's face. If I was right to cross-examine anyone is found testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you so all doggedly persistent? Very well, if you so desire, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. What you described before sounds like the note was anonymous. Have any idea who's behind it? Very few people know who happened 10 years ago to start with. Anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Getting the professor's secret was my only concern. Force is bolted now. The stable door will never shut again. All your reputation will immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Let's take you, Lord Benzie, I'm well aware of that. Oh, hello, Newton. Welcome. Did I say that already? Oh, no. As I understand what you find, Brookage was a wax work model. Where was the victim's body?
Hold it!
Know about the special construction the stage used to carry out the trick then. Quite obvious what happened to the victim in the waxwork. Switched the two over, did you? In other words, Where the victim's body has been discovered in the Crystal Tower. Waxwork, have the send a carriage to the specified address with the specified time. Why are you given such directions? Someone base will be recovered by Weber and turned to Madame Tussauds. See, when you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage, so someone obviously made a mistake on which cage was for where. That made it perfect clear to the team, but still. Always, you were focused on the victim's body, that would be a more important detail.
Hold it!
Stay arranged. Zooming in like this. As instructions on engineers notes said something along the lines of, I have created some evidence and made it clear that it was her brain alone who could have killed Asmi. So you mean that was your doing? Fetch her brain ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, took it with me alone to the abyss underneath the stage where the birdcage has fallen. On, Doctor. I feel it's appropriate to involve anybody else in a particular part of the deception. There's a void underneath the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. Probably should lean down so I opened it up. And then I took the screwdriver in both hands. Punched into that man's chest. Let me know in your fake autopsy report. It's a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. Actual cause of death was trauma resulting from 30-foot drop. How does that break his neck though? My word. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that is all. Yes, mine too. Oh dear Scythe. No reason to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Dude was alive. Let's cause for what you said to add to your form of testimony. Oh? Which part? Well, one of the supplement testimony is she did to the victim. The real cause of death. Cause of death involvement therefore. Fine, if that's what you want, so stop yelling, please. Prosecution concurs. There was supplemental testimony now, witness. You wish, my lord. I mean, it was only the bottom that was broken though, right? Maybe we should see if... Ow. Maybe... Okay, never mind. That's not right. Quite sure of that. Zoe broken neck is, as a professional, more than a parent. Never just know by a photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, it's very true. Obviously not. 5 corners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, so many they can be trusted. No point in calling an assessment to question without evidence. Go back to testimony. Very well. Half of us considerable height. I don't know.
Hold it!
Our team parading the course of justice. Focuses on a very best message they are. Demand loyalty from all my members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. Aid and abet a murderer. Commit perjury and dare talk of chivalry. A matter of priorities. 1. It was more important than pretending the secret of the professor. If it was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal, I considered their conduct exemplary. See the report, Mr. Harako. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. If that silence is tacit acceptance now, can we move on?
Hold it!
At what cost? Aiden Scott and yours can suffer for both of this. Now your precious secret now is out anyway. It's, as you say, take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe. Surely some other way could have predicted the secret. No, there really wasn't. But my almost believe me. Anyways, I respect your determination. Ooh, I never breathed on that cold stare she said that. But she's very genuine though, Mr. Harako. That's her story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I wonder if there's could be some more to it. I don't know, but I just have a feeling. You, Mr. Harako. The truth is, I find it strange too. Those who are acting in completely opposite ways, I mean, yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel like they're trying to hide something. Oh no. Oh, it's obviously gonna die.
Hold it!
Rather than his instructions, words. Focus of evidence. Yeah. Still on your team where Asmund is falling. Fine, is. Sure, on both hands, stabbed in the man's chest. I wish I was to do with this testimony then. How guys change it? So what's the reward for the biggest bar? I believe there may be significant future supplementary statement about that instead. Very well.
Hold it!
So you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this. As far as in the section, I assure you, no precision required. What a welcome change. Good time to instantly from a stabbed neck. All the good spirit answers have been given. Which is ever no down. I knew you didn't need to bat alley when drove this weapon through his body. No need to bite my eyelids. What else do you do to specify? So my core would you? As you wish. I don't know, what is... It's a pine on that. I imagine... I don't know, maybe that is it.
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistent points to extremely uncomfortable truth. Oh, what is this song? It's like the prelude to whatchamacallit. Prelude to his objection theme. Oh, it's prelude to the pursuit theme. What on earth is the matter, console? Have you lost your tongue? Apologize, my lord. The other side is not in yours. It's one point. Seems to defy explanation. How was it then, my learned friend? The obvious inconsistency between the description and his photograph. Clearly shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. First, I already examined Golden Death. There's nothing learned we can learn from it. Or consider it, that's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Let me see it again. Could it be the blind? Or is it the glass? How would the glass be here if he died under the thing?
Take that!
Well, that makes no sense. It's one bit mad, but this very moment fire in his finger. Okay, I picked the wrong one. It's gotta be the blood thing.
Take that!
Close to the button on the victim's chest, clearly extended in a downward direction towards the man's feet. Probably significant, Counsel. Victim is sad moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Your side made it very clear in testimony just now that the point at which you saw Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver stabbed the victim. After the grand deception was set in motion, and the birdcage fell into the stage outside. The shape of it is clearly the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. The victim had been really stabbed whilst it's out of a birdcage in that position. Blood would have been spread out equally in all directions. For how to perform in a longitudinal appears like a seen picture, inconceivable. He was still alive when you stabbed him? Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound. It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Sure, Dr. Scythe. You killed him. Your latest testimony was a tool of fabrication. I knew it, I was right. How have I identified the contradiction? Only one would explain the facts. We've all been a misapprehension here. What? Sort of misapprehension. Dr. Scythe. Claimed that we were poisoned to help Mr. Drubber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. Claimed we made changes on the scene to implicate the defendant. Claimed that you authorized you to cover tracks. One's claims out and out lie, because the question of every blessing tells us only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've first struck upon a revelation and tell the court what it is. I mean, stabbing on the victim, right? It is very simple to consider the sequence of events. When the victim was found, the blood from the wound seeped down as it did. You can sure that the victim was either sitting or standing upright at the time. As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side, if it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would. It tells us the victim must have been in the position of his own accord.
Objection!
He was still alive. Possible, the man was there, remember? No, that is a misapprehension. Oh, we're back to this music again. Birdcage fell down from the stage into the wood below. It hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman did not die in the fall. I lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got his feet climbed on the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. The victim was in fact alive at that point in time. It changes everything. Mr. Odi Yasmin's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Hairbrain. Nor was it mastermind by the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drubber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Udar. And can this possibly be true? You've been taking me for a fool. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. Hope that by admitting to being accomplice in Mr. Jubber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. So Duster now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. Surely the defense is not this for a doctor. Scenario is established by using evidence and logic alone. On logic, don't make me laugh. Sorry, your logic is a gaping hole in me. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. The motive, or lacking a motive. What's the reason you have to kill Mr. Asmi? I think they killed him by piercing his heart and then broke his neck after he'd already died. As was not involved in a number of criminal activities from forgery to theft and murder. There is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. There is something in the back of my mind. Surely I've seen something like this that hints why the coroner might have done this. So my tamper with the crime scene caught the fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Now, when questioning was possible reason you could have for killing Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? Where's the console? Not in the corner at once. So we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. The color object explains why Dr. Scythe wanted to kill Mr. Asman. Her mask. Scalpels. I should probably save. I guess it's the scalpels. They bought a bunch of scalpels for some reason, and that was weird. It's a scalpel, rather, scalpels. Just scalpels. Ah. Hear that word struck the chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. Was she being blackmailed by Mr. Asman? Yesterday we visited your laboratory. This big thick book here appears to be an accounting ledger. A court refers to the investigation team spending, I think. Oh, what is it? What are the 15 purchases? Yeah, monthly basis. She might have been blackmailed by Mr. Asman into buying scalpels. 500 of them a month. First I wondered what on earth he could be using that many scalpels for. Actually, I realize it now, it's just not scalpels that are significant. It's money for them disappearing every month in the department's account. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily upon stewardship for its funding. Using the money for the forensic investigation team account to find out where it was going. Really straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist who wrote this article about Mr. Jubber, he may as well stumble upon information he was researching on the story. Person went to the other side's dark secret that you use to rack money for the next decade. Secret? What lord do you mean? I don't know what happened on that execution 10 years ago. Clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So then you weren't coerced at all, were you? You of your own free will, you stabbed Mr. Azure in the heart with all your might. Besides the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You're never understanding, none of you. Why did he cover it up all these long years? How did he not die? I don't get it. How did the professor not die? What do you mean? Why did they have to cover it up? I don't get it. How did the hanging go wrong? Very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth in this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. If you do decide not to, it's very possible that according to these sides will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir. What after what you've done, tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth and you were robbed of a bright, successful future as a result. Silence and your bitterness cause for consternation now, however. This is surely a chance you've been waiting for. Sever the hold that face high over you all these years. Silver high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I mean really. Out of brain mock scientists are the worst, you know. They don't recognize they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having an umbrella faith in their abilities. Go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses. Your stupid eyes shine like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't buy their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Jubber. Look like you created a kinesis machine made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admitted. I meant that it was nothing more than a shot made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge with the Mr. Asmund article as deprived you of 10 years earlier. I just saw it did not stop Asmund, did it? It's what that very particular wax would come in, yes, you see. Condemned colonies saw a rising from the grave on Lowell Gate Cemetery 10 years ago. None of those events are all true. Obviously, Scotland couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting young, bright young men and crushing any future career he might have had. So you're planning prior to abduct that particular wax remote model in order to stretch your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on that side to be precise. A year ago now, by a certain twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. I didn't remember who I was, of course, just wanted to put my service as an engineer. I happened to have a clipper on him. Harako on the front page caught my eye. A coroner who handed that bogus autopsy being important to the new headed forensics team. But I learned the news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I want to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. Have that rotten scallion eating on my hand at the same time. I want them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Actions against who ruined your future or justifies revenge, at least for yourself. Certainly, who has a right to destroy another prospect, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, currently on your plan did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Herobrine's own crown with passion for his hypothesis. Yeah, no compulsion to sacrifice his future to affect your revenge. You knew he would forever be branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and other misconduct left your life in tatters. Remember this, one actions resulted in the exact same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Nothing to say. Well, Venzies, what of Dr. Scythe? Immediately warrant for arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in the custody, my lord. Them she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. He made great contribution to the profession over the years. Really hard truth to swallow. However, topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes. Since there's a great deal to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we're going to zoom now for the sordid details brought to light. It's been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt. Your experience has taught me a very good but painful lesson. I've been, me, the dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. The selfish-centered and above all a fool. Professor. Spent my life thinking nothing about my research. Barely believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. First of all, it's in the process of utterly plain misery. Others who are far for great people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as rubber. Happened was his doing, his alone. How come it's his fate, not yours? Who's this guy? He's a defendant where you've been defending. How come it's his fate, not yours? You're not to blame in any way. Over Zeke's. The derision chief referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. Man has no idea. Believe in yourself and work on your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. All has a right to deride and live for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barak. So ladies and gentlemen, Drake, my lord, This court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of charge when he stands accused. Even there's no objections. Not for me, my lord. Clearly not. This trial has really made me think, but it really is the right decision. I went through the talk and rigorously. I've made no misgiving whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? Over? I don't know what's become of the yard since these days. I don't recognize the place. Oh well. Case, I hereby pronounce the defendant. Oh, guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. That sure was fun outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Airbrain. General Hodo, Susato. Truly. Samaku self gratitude. How could I even thank you enough? It's glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you just got caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had a research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. You're kind, but just a student, so don't need any financial reward. Widow is more than enough. Wow, working pro bono, man. Oh dear, what can I do? How about this as a memento? Paper about my hypothesis inside. Oh, and just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What do you do now? How am I? Yes, what am I gonna do now? With hypothesis, my machine will lie in ruins. Still, it's been too long since I've been last London. I had to do some sightseeing. Must explore the Great Exhibition while I was here. See if new inspiration hits me. You're not allowed that. Oof, Zeeks, what are you doing here? Rock. I'm so sorry I had to go through that, Albert. I'm honest, it was terrifying. There's some great demon behind your bench there. It's not down your prey. So what are the few true friends I have? Couldn't leave it to anybody to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry. Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I knew you always had my best interests at heart, so don't worry. How about you show me around here in town? It's been so long since we left the university, we have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. 2 days, your quote will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. Accompany you. What? If another closet channel make her way back to Germany, I've already purchased the tickets. Oh, but no, hold on a minute, Harako. He's trying to get him out before he gets killed by the Reaper. What about the Great Exhibition? It's the chance of a lifetime for me. I wanted to look around. Oh, no sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barak. Lord Van Zeeks. This is all about consider precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do. I saw met when you met Lord Venzi's at his office some days ago. So, man, Mr. Nasuma's doing. That's right. I remember we were surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Nasuma is still alive and well. It has been more than 6 months since he stood trial as a Reaper prosecutor. How you mean? Reaper's influence has a stretch overseas. Those in the Reaper side spent their ends of days or months after acquittal. It's been the pattern up to now. Of course, all that while Mr. Nasuma and Gina completely innocent. True, perhaps that governs Reaper's actions. Fully innocent or spared. I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. He's trying to save Albert's life. Barack. The mustache Nipponese, that man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Is your friendship package really saying it? Goodness, was your attention on Wanda and Lloyd Van Zeeks? What a nice fella. Clearly people think of him as a Reaper. His message is so merciless and yet sometimes it feels as though I don't understand him at all. Time to go, Albert. Back to prison for the time being. Oh yes, alright. Oh there, Mr. Hodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. Pleasure to get to know you. Best of wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, once it does you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. I thought you were gone too. You have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. What? Oh, in the courtroom. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma of Barack Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Two ways in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Brother, we're back in the courtroom. Oh, we're gonna unmask the professor? So you're satisfied. You say the godless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least. In the mind this it could be proven. Anyway. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards Nipponese come from. At first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business of being here. Now I think differently. Clearly know our ways. Guess there's some specific incident led to your dislike of my race. Tell us what happened, please. The professor. Thought I'd never hear his court name and his name in the courtroom again, to be honest. Your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, I was just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in establishing justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too then, to share knowledge and ideas, part of one of the programs. 3 judicial students came from Britain from their homeland, the Empire Japan. Oh? Some 16 years ago, and one of them could have been my father, of course. I remember Dr. Mikoto well. I had no idea. A minor at the time, trained in the prosecutor's office, one day Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. She met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They laughed at their work and exacting on their standards. My first encounter with Nipponese spirit and a very great impression upon me. 6 years later, that's when it happened. Investigation was going nowhere. No source was even. There's ever growing list of victims. And my brother became one of them. Last in fact, but the case was finally solved. So sorry, Lord Menzies, truly. He was already put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to a killer, but it's his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. My father figured out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be a mystery. We've been hiding in plain sight all along. Inside. Aware of the political events 10 years ago, a period of extreme sense of diplomacy between British and Japanese empires. New treaty was in for it, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation has been concluded. Leaders of both countries are deep in extensive political discussions. Oh, was he Japanese, the killer? Which is why this particular killer's appearance, of course, conducted as a closed trial. The British public had known the identity of the killer. All of the treaty would be in jeopardy. Two nations could very well end up in war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? That would mean, oh my, I meant to see the professor was. Was he gonna take off the mask?
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Oh, he's
Time
talking.
for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Could it be? Oh, it is a Japanese guy.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Damn.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Kazuma? Is he okay? Is that Kazuma's dad or something?
Father.
Oh, it was Kazuma's dad.
What? Father? Kazuma!
Oh, it's his theme.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi.
I can't believe it. They're playing his theme.
After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Well, I knew he was alive like 2 days ago.
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke.
He's alive.
Hello again.
Hello again.
My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
I don't know. They just didn't check he's dead. Well, Herlock said he was dead, but obviously Herlock was lying for some reason. We still don't know.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
Damn, Kazuma kinda jacked compared to Ryunosuke. Look at him, he's jacked, man.
I owe you thanks too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh,
Oh, his sword.
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Yeah, your imagination.
When we left
What
Japan,
could I say?
this sword was at my friend's side.
You see,
The Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it.
what else do you say when you see something like
But then,
this?
when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always
The
felt that
professor
you
was
were
a
watching
Japanese
over me
guy.
somehow.
And he was evil. He's also your dad.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Was he framed or something, I wonder? Or was he really just evil? Then Miss Susani died.
Kazuma. Kazuma-sama.
Wasn't that her exhibit?
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
She's got 2 swords now. Bro's got 2 swords.
I'll be seeing you.
Damn, it's crazy. Also, Lord Van Dix was just there, I
That's
guess.
all Kazuma said.
Go
Before
on
he turned and
Kirito
left us
mode.
there,
Go on
in
Kirito
the
mode.
courtroom.
He's a living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? It's Kazuma Asuka, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Shahar introduced us. I had an inkling to something there. Some connection. Why would Lord Shahar do that? Why would he make Kazuma Lord Venji's apprentice? Or your son for him from amnesia too. First apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. This is a sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting me with as ass. Bro just drops a bombshell on us and then just like, yep, that's everything I want to say. Goodbye. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. There was me and my father from the train. For me, it's the first time I ever seen him. Of course, it's Sato-san. All this is time and painful memories for her too. Never talked to me about this though. And to just have the father around, but just when I was getting used to it. Called me to his cell one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. That the friend had left behind a son, 7 years my senior. Father told me that the boy made a promise to his father that he was going to study to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I decided to become a qualified judicial assistant. It worked out. The young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. See, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
To be continued. Oh, and right. That makes sense. It's the end of chapter 3. Twisted Karma in his last battle. The thing I don't get is that he killed people using a dog or something. The professor killed people using a dog. How did they know the dog was his though? I don't get it. But there is probably some things that I'll explain it. Announcement. But everyone I've completely finished, I'll announce it. At least finished enough, you know. Alright, well, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. It's really late. Alright, good night, good night. You drink water, eat food, get some rest. I should get some rest too. Alright, guys.